I went really, 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 really deep applying all of these concepts to myself.
And what did you find?
It's really hard to go from self-hate to self-love is what I found.
Can you love the part of yourself that hates yourself? Can that person get some love?
Well, that's where I went.
Okay.
So I do have to say that what shocked me is that we've got this idea before we understand the concept of resistance or protector parts within this personality spectrum that are dedicated to preserving, we could call them detrimental behaviors for our own sake. Now, before I really went down this path, like most people, I was thinking, you don't love yourself because you've just been deprived of these things. So I'm thinking, the first time that I ever put love into water, this is one of the exercises I teach people, is to put their hands around a glass of water, and for 2 minutes, they gotta set a timer, because the more strong and intense your focus is, the better, and 2 minutes is pretty much the max that most people can maintain until they've really practiced. You focus loving something, whatever you love the very most. It's not really that you're doing self-love. Most people who don't love themselves can't approach love from the attitude of giving it to themselves.
They have to give it to something.
Yeah, something. So like, let's say that you had this incredible relationship with your grandfather or grandmother. You think about that person, and you think about the way you feel towards them, and you intentionally send that energy into the water. Now, understanding that water is a keeper of memory, it's a very interesting element, because it keeps the memory, and it structurizes differently depending on what focus goes into it. So in this exercise, you then drink the water. Now, I'm thinking, I've been so deprived of self-love, like this is just it's just giving myself a resource I've never had. Oh, hell no. This is when I start to create, my own little PhD in resistance. Because when I went to drink that water, all of me was like, no, like, what is going on? So I started to ask these questions and started to see that there's a part within me, or that was really maintaining resistance to the self. And so at first, my attitude towards it was like, I've got an internal enemy. That's how most people feel when they've got parts that sabotage them, right? So it's scary. You're like, oh no, sort of feels like you've got this great white shark that's living internally, whose entire modus operandi is to ruin your life, and that goes hand in hand with this incredibly violent self-talk, I'm sitting there holding the water, for example, and the thoughts that are going on in my head are things like, God, you're such a freaking idiot,
Yeah.
And I'm like noticing this it's like a chaos, It's like a war.
Because that's what you learned. I have to imagine that's what you learned. If there wasn't this example of love right in front of your eyes, it was this other thing that was telling you the exact opposite. It was telling you all the horrible things.
And I had internalized it all. But I did what I do when I'm in the scientific mode, which is like, I get very, very curious.
Yes.
And curiosity is something interesting. It's funny because I've never talked about this on an interview before, but I feel like curiosity is an interesting mental state to lean back into, especially when you're in a really resistant state, because we can't really access maybe higher frequency things like approval, but curiosity most people can in fact access. So I leaned back into the curiosity for myself and started to really want to understand these aspects of myself that I identified as these internal enemies. And I started to notice a trend when I worked with them directly, which, now I've got whole teachings around because I've never encountered anything else, which is that these aspects of self which are against you, right, are not really against you at all. And that was a revolutionary concept, the idea that self-hate can in fact be a way of protecting yourself. And when I realized how that was working within my own system, it was like, it was one of those eureka moments. Like if I had written a thesis, I would have thrown it over the balconies. I did it! I cracked a theory! You guys! I was freaking out, Because, it transformed everything. It transformed everything in terms of the way that I dealt with myself. It transformed that feeling that I had, there was no more internal enemy. There was just parts of me that I didn't understand enough to do the right thing with.
and the curiosity was like, how is this serving me? How is this serving me?
Exactly.
That's a great question for us to ask.
But I started even without that. Because even that's an advanced thought.
Okay.
Even that is to walk into something with an assumption. For me, it was like, I didn't even want to assume that it was for me. I was open to it being like, yeah, I want you to die. I literally hate, like, I almost wanted it to be so open that I had no assumption or projection that it was, for or against or anything. Lo and behold, why are you doing this? Because if I don't, this happens. Ah-ha-ha, ah-ha-ha-ha. Oh, there you are. You are for me. But yes, now we can safely say, but I want people to figure this out for themselves, we can safely say that there's no such thing as a part internally that is against you. It doesn't exist.
And so what is that part? What is that part? What is the usefulness of that part?
Which one specifically? Because we've got a whole handful of
that internal enemy, the voice that's telling you no, essentially.
Okay, so first thing we should say is that when we identify an internal enemy, we're talking about one thing, but really there could be several parts that behave this way. Some people would name their internal enemy that internal voice, like the internal critic. Other people would name their enemy the part that keeps engaging in addictions. Each one of these parts is different, but what they share is their role. It's a part of self that is protecting the self in a way that is detrimental to prevent greater harm. So it's a part of you that is in a profound lose-lose and has essentially picked the best lose out of two scenarios.
That was dope. That was really well said. Let me just...
That I had no assumption or projection that it was, for or against or anything. Lo and behold, why are you doing this? Because if I don't, this happens. Ah-ha-ha, ah-ha-ha-ha. Oh, there you are. You are for me. But yes, now we can safely say, but I want people to figure this out for themselves, we can safely say that there's no such thing as a part internally that is against you. It doesn't exist.
And so what is that part? What is that part? What is the usefulness of that part?
Which one specifically? Because we've got a whole handful of
that internal enemy, the voice that's telling you no, essentially.
Okay, so first thing we should say is that when we identify an internal enemy, we're talking about one thing, but really there could be several parts that behave this way. Some people would name their internal enemy that internal voice, like the internal critic. Other people would name their enemy the part that keeps engaging in addictions. Each one of these parts is different, but what they share is their role. It's a part of self that is protecting the self in a way that is detrimental to prevent greater harm. So it's a part of you that is in a profound lose-lose and has essentially picked the best lose out of two scenarios.
That was dope. That was really well said. Let me just explore this for a second, because we're talking about love, and I want to talk about this archetype of love, or the lover. And so the deflated or the imbalanced aspect to the lover is addiction.
Okay.
And the other half of the lover, or like maybe the inflated or positive side, could be seen as empathy. Okay. And so you're naming that part that brings you to the addict, and also that inner critic, that part that brings us to the self-destruction.
Yep.
And so just for someone who's there right now, they're there right now, Teal. You've had years of this. I've had some years in this. What's step one? What can they do? Having the awareness right now from this conversation of these two places.
Step one is to start to do parts work with these aspects. Direct access parts work is my absolute favorite tool for people that are struggling with aspects of themselves, especially these what seem like self-hating aspects of self. To do direct access, there's people who teach parts work all over the place. There's so many modalities for parts work, it's out of control. I even did a video on this myself, what is parts work and how to do it. If I was in a position of somebody who was at the very beginning, and I, didn't have what I have under my belt, the first place I would go to is to look up these modalities that use parts work, pick the one that I feel like really resonates with me at that moment, and I would do a deep dive where I'm working with directly accessing these aspects, specifically whatever part I feel like I'm struggling with. So if I've got a part of me that just like chronically procrastinates, we could see that as an internal, antagonist, because You maybe are losing jobs because of it, or relationships because of it. And I would isolate out that aspect of you so as to do a deep dive to understand everything you can about that part. And I think it's super beneficial to have somebody else leading the parts work. You can do it yourself. Like what I try to do is I try to make every suggestion something that a person can do if they're completely isolated. And then everything's just an improvement upon there. So you can do parts work on your own. But if you involve somebody else in leading you through the process, it's quite profound, because we are not, when we're on the outside of a situation, limited by our constructs, mental constructs, in the same way that we are inside our own perspective. So another person might have the idea to ask certain questions we would never have even thought, or look at it from a different angle we would never have even thought, which is why I feel like the external facilitation for parts work is one of the most profound things that exists in healing today. It's one of the reasons why I've ramped up my teachings around this, basically. Since a lot of years, I've been like, this is something people need to be using, because integration is absolutely necessary right now.
Just to add on to that, I think the group is necessary. We do at Sacred Sons, we do all our work in groups and circle. Yes, with the professional facilitation, absolutely. And that witness from the group can be so healing. On the other side of that depth of work, it's just like being alone in your bedroom and having an aha moment is one thing. Being raised up by your brothers and sisters, being held by that community it's absolutely life-changing.
Yeah, it's totally life-changing.
Yeah.
So the reason that we want to dive into these parts with direct access is because the more you understand about a part, suddenly the better position you're in to actually do what's applicable for the thing. So what I mean by this is, let's say that I'm going to dive into what it is to be a giraffe. I'm now better able to act according to the giraffe, right? Like if the giraffe has an issue or a concern, I can now address it because I know what the hell it is. So it takes the guesswork out of the equation, and it puts you in the position of understanding very powerfully what your needs are, and very powerfully what it is you're trying to avoid. So you're in a position of choice, essentially. It puts you in the position of free will, where you're able to be in a place where you make decisions for and about yourself, but taking all parts of yourself as a part of yourself, which we are not doing. Now, if we really want to understand self-love at its most basic element, it is to reject, deny, and disown parts of the self. I'm actually a firm believer of the idea that you can't actually conceptualize of self-love without recognizing fragmentation. You can't actually understand what self-love is unless you recognize that there is one part that is doing the loving, and another that is, doing the hating, and another that is being hated. And oh no, now I'm almost recognizing, even in just that scenario, 3 aspects inside me. It's only when you understand that element of consciousness that you can grasp, oh wait, there is an I that is watching, and there is an I that is behaving towards another part that I also am.
Yes.
This is what actually puts us in this position to disidentify from the different fragments or aspects of self, so as to positively own them. So what's happening here is a seriously graduated spiritual practice, ironically, where we're developing non-self at the same time as self being a conscious choice. It's very different than what spiritual practice has been for so many centuries, which is the attempt to get away from our humanness, the attempt to get away from ego, which, by the way, personality is part of. It's almost like we've done this in rejection of, And what we're being called to do right now, which I definitely believe that parts work is a big part of, is disidentifying so that we can then turn around towards the ego, or towards the personality, or towards the temporal self, and really positively own it and meet its needs. So there's a symbiosis between temporal and non-physical.
I knew you were, I think of you as a spiritual leader. I didn't think of you as a scientific savage. This is great. I love knowing like the depth of detail that you have explored these things to, because most people aren't. Because most people who are actually out there talking about it, they are not doing this depth of actual work and specifically the bringing in the practical application of the work. Like I said, you've been a mirror to millions, maybe virtually, but you work in person with people all of the time. It's another one of the things that you were so courageous in doing in your career, which is like, listen, I'm gonna process people on stage in front, film it and show it. Showing the work that you're doing, I think, is it's a really noble thing. It also creates waves of ripples of healing because we get to like tap into those places. Is there anything more that you wanted to say in this? Now what I really want to label this as, I think you're a mastery of self-hatred in a good way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're a master of self-love. I think you're a master of self-hatred. Like that is what you have actually gone in and orchestrated.
That would fit in alignment with me as a shadow master here. So yeah.
Totally. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that makes me, but you even said it. Like, think of a positive experience with my grandmother. I feel my grandmother's love, both of my grandmother and my granny's love in me at all times. I
feel it
do.
from you. So yeah.
Thank you. Like I have that on tap in the shadow work for me. Man, I don't want to go into me. I want to stay with you. Let's talk about, we're talking about self-love, self-hatred, self-destruction. Let's talk about destruction, lust, and more specifically in your 2024 predictions, which I love. Thank you. Thank you from all of us for continuing to do them. You named this piece Endurism. Yeah, I want to go into that because as with the self-love thing, where it can be like a bunch of fluff, this impotence to want to endure, to keep going, to keep creating, to keep making content, to keep showing up. You're saying that can also be a shadow.
Yeah, well, but I mean, we can make Endurism a lot more practical for people. It's like, that you're in a marriage that doesn't work. It's causing you a lot of pain. No matter how much energy you put towards it, nothing changes, and you're just going to keep yourself in a situation. So if we want to define Endurism, it's literally just keeping yourself in a situation that is not in your best interests. And people have been trained to do this. I mean, in large part, this is what we're doing with kids in school. There's a fine line between teaching somebody that when they're met with challenges and they push through and persevere through those challenges, there's a reward at the end, and teaching somebody that, for the sake of something like societal approval, or for the sake of avoidance of something, like, my fears about ending up alone in the scenario that I just mentioned. We are training each other, in fact. When we put a kid in a school and they hate it, it doesn't work at all, they're miserable, and we say, it doesn't matter whether you don't like it, you're going to have to go. We're training a person that when all parts of themselves, or even some, yell and say, this is not right for me, you continue anyway. And I've right now we've got an illness of Endurism. So it's going to be a big theme in 2024.
Yeah. How do we end Endurism? I would assume we have to first do it on the individual level before we can do it on a collective level. But here, something that we're enduring as humanity is enduring a small few of us putting into global conflict and wars and catastrophe, when we, in fact, have all of the power, all of the resources, all of humanity is with us. But yet we're enduring this from a really small few. How do we get out of this cycle?
Getting out of the cycle of Endurism is about facing whatever it is that we're afraid to encounter as a result of getting out of whatever situation that we're stuck in. Of course, this puts each one of us in a very scary position, because when you face what it is that's motivating you to stay in a situation, that consequence you're really, really scared of, right? You realize just how serious it is usually. We're faced with questions like, wait, am I going to be the person that has to go off the grid? Oh no.
Oh yes.
there's a lot there. Or am I going to be the person who, because of this, loses my connection with my sister? I mean, It depends on the person, or because of this, whatever it is, we've all got our things on an individual level. We've got our things that we're trying to avoid. And we're being asked right now to make changes that are terrifying. Systems stay in place because we're afraid of the collapse. And I feel like if a person looks at you in the face and says, I'm not afraid of the collapse, that is a person who's not in reality. So we need to be facing these things which we're trying to avoid through endurism, is the answer. And when you face whatever it is that you're really afraid of, that's keeping you stuck in endurism, again, you're put in the power position. All right, am I going to consciously choose to continue doing this? Because when we're actually caught in a state of endurism, we're not consciously choosing, right? We're not really sitting there and being like, no, I'm going to stay in this situation, and this is why. And this is why, how it matters to me, and this is how I'm going to make it better. I mean, you don't see that kind of conscious process. It's just almost like an instinctual behavior that is taking place below the conscious mind. So the more conscious we can get about that, actually, the better this goes for us, whether we're going to choose with our free will towards the consequences of staying in a situation or choose with our free will towards the consequences of the opposite. What you see when people choose consequences is this giant open door of opportunity towards answering to those consequences in an empowered way. One of the examples I love giving is if I decide that I'm going to be a professional surfer, one of the consequences that I must accept that I'm going to face is being crushed by waves or
eaten by a shark.
Eaten by a shark, freezing cold temperatures. Now, what's interesting is there's all kinds of ways that you can improve or make it better, your relationship to that. It could be mental things. It could be spending time with sharks and understanding their behavior better. It could be inventing technology that sends out little, noises that makes it so that the sharks don't eat you. I mean, the list is kind of endless, but it's not until we accept whatever consequence we're going to choose that we're able to actually meet those consequences in such a constructive way. And so much of expansion, human expansion, happens when a person finally does that. So the opportunity that exists on the other side of this endurism within the human race is that when we're really looking at the consequences that we're afraid of that are making us keep these detrimental structures there, and we're like, all right, I could face fill in the blank. Now, all of a sudden, you have an open door for inventions, new ways of going about it, new approaches to being slammed with those consequences. Let's say that they're just going to happen. You're no longer in as powerless of a space as you are when you're just sitting there in an abstract way fearing something, not even really diving into the fear.
Yeah. This is super interesting. So how do we get out of that kind of martyr complex? Like, I'm just going to endure it and take it on. And that becomes the reason for doing it, is just to be in that thing that we are familiar with. Does that make sense how I'm asking it? Because what I believe is, the real martyr has to lean into ultimate surrender, not more endurance, but surrendering maybe to the outcome, to the consequences.
There's no such thing as a martyr.
Say more.
All right, you're getting a brand new teaching. I've never taught this anywhere else. There's actually no such thing as a martyr, because any martyr, what they're doing when they're sacrificing aspects of themselves, they're doing so for something that is profoundly for themselves. So let's say that we could point to, say, Joan of Arc as a martyr, right? Now, if you dive into understanding that psychology and her identifications in the life that she led, you will see that when she was doing the things she was doing, it was for her. There was no way for it not to be for her. You could say the same thing of Braveheart. Most people are more familiar with that because we have a popular movie made about it.
William Wallace. Mel Gibson.
Yeah, we can see William Wallace. The ultimate martyr for Scotland. Well, guess what? When you're so identified with Scotland, Scotland is you. Not only that, he's attached to a way of life, the Scottish way of life. Now he's about to see that go away. So when he does what he does, do we call that martyrdom, or do we call that what it is, which is I've decided that is the best way I can act for myself possible? Does it benefit other people? Hell yeah, it does. But you will never meet a martyr where there isn't some element of self, service in whatever it is that they are doing. A huge element of it, in fact.
Yeah, I think there has to be. There has to be. It's a motivating force, and that internal motivating force to do the thing, whatever that is, and in your examples, like to die for the cause, creates this collective inspiration. And I think, and maybe it's the word martyr that we could reconsider. But like, don't you think that
No, it's okay. I want to make it darker. Let's make it darker.
Make it darker. Take us down.
There are some people who self-sacrifice for the sake of a sense of personal goodness. So their entire identity about themselves being good and right is all a way about how much they can hurt themselves. So, I have to make that movement because this is super dark. This is where we have an attachment to self-harm, basically, and an attachment to self-sacrifice because of how deeply we need to feel a sense of goodness. Now, these people, resting at the foundation of their entire personality structure, is an ocean worth of shame. But it's very tempting to sit on the outside and watch these people and say, oh God, you like need to stop giving yourself up. Oh, they're not. Believe me, they're not. They're going directly for their own rightness and goodness. They're going directly for a remedy to their own shame.
Do you think that is true with Yeshua, the Christ? Do you think that was true of this man that we call Jesus?
No, I don't. I think that what happened is you have an individual who did a lot of study with different esoteric groups, somebody who was special, very special to begin with in terms of the intention for life, very special in terms of the alignment, I think, that this individual had with the non-physical self that was not fully lost upon coming into the temporal. Upon the deep engagement with these different esoteric circles which he encountered, do I believe that we are dealing with a being which experienced levels of enlightenment? Yes, I do. Now, what happens with enlightenment is very complicated because you don't get this martyrdom mentality from doing that. Instead, what happens is you start to access higher dimensional fields. In those higher dimensional fields and levels of access, you start to understand concepts of oneness. Therefore, the only thing that becomes real is love. You understand things like free will, and so what becomes highly important is choice. So martyrdom is not a thing anymore because you are others. There's no perception of self versus other in the same way that the vast majority of people experience it. So do I think that he was in an attitude of martyrdom doing this? No. Do I think that what happened is people watched that who were still not at those levels of awareness, who were, projecting all kinds of religious indoctrination onto this person? Yes, I do. I think that Christ has been bastardized by the people who interpreted him.
Yeah, or co-opted his message, or profited off of it, etc.
Well, why else do you think that all of the different, it's like the gospel according to, and they're all so different, You're like, wait, are we talking like Old Testament Christ or like New Testament Christ? Because they're very different. You know what I mean? So, I think about this a lot. I think about this actually a lot with my own teachings. I think about how when anything that I say goes through the filter of somebody else's consciousness, it is interpreted in such drastically different ways, sometimes even the exact opposite of what I'm meaning, And then you add to this the concept of language.
Oof.
I mean, Just pray for us all. Why? Because, when you involve things like language, a language is a representation of the way that a culture sees the world. So when you go into cultures like, the Hispanic culture, right, with Spanish, everything is male or female. That's how you see the world, right? When you you study the Hopi language, everything is spoken as if it's an ing. So like, this is tabling, I'm tealing. And so already there's this concept of transience, right? And so when you start to study these ancient languages in which, they would have been speaking during Jesus's time, it becomes even confusing, this concept of I am God's son, because the word son or daughter essentially translates to extension.
Wow.
So
Wow.
were they thinking? Yeah, like were they thinking of? Was he thinking of himself as the Son of God? As of us as children, or was he trying to teach you are extensions of God? I mean, it starts to get just like really woo, you know.
Yes, and just to bring in another culture, the Rastafarian culture, the concept of I and I. When you were talking about parts work, and you were holding that part of yourself and speaking love to it and receiving love from it, that's the I and I. Right? That's the God within, recognizing the God within. And so can we walk with that awareness? Our language is also one of separation. Me, you, them, they. Can we walk with the I and I? You know, I see you I see you this way, Teal. You know, I see you as someone who's able to operate in that space, truly, and to exist in that space. And maybe that's the place that we are beckoned to arrive to as extensions of each other.
That is the place that we are being beckoned to arrive. And it will mirror what we do on the inside is going to mirror on the outside. So we're being brought to this place where this relationship, as you call it, the I and I, this relationship is like a dance that we are learning to master. And it's got to be something which we commit to mastering. Why? Because the principles that apply to each different aspect of ourselves is so different. We have to find a meeting of minds, you know. The place that the temporal self exists in is a profoundly different experience than the place that the non-physical self resides in.
Yeah. And if you can even visit there if you want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's say that we end up creating this fusion within ourselves, which is humanity really stepping into a state of vast potential that we have come into this life with. If we master that internal relationship, we will learn to master external relationships. Now, I don't think it needs to be a 1-2 step. We can be doing them at the same time. But we're going to grasp the capacity, I should say master the capacity to be able to create a symbiosis with others. We'll be able to understand them enough to be able to find a meeting of minds, I think. That is my dream for humanity, if you want to know the truth. It's to get to a place where humanity has transcended the zero-sum game.
And entered into the infinite game of the all.
Entered into a state where the practice is win-win.
Yes, win-win.
Where we're profoundly creative enough.
Let's get that winfinity of abundance going on this planet. Sorry to interrupt. Keep going.
No, you didn't interrupt. You got it. It doesn't matter whether we're dealing with another person or we're dealing with an environment that we live in or we're dealing with something that we're eating. Humanity is going to progress in the direction of mastering the win-win. That or we will no longer exist. That's our option today.
There she is. She's tealing. Teal is tealing again, guys. That needs to be a new hashtag, tealing. Like whenever you're on a really good one in the spiritual realms and it's flowing, maybe that's tealing. Maybe that's what we're the new channeling. I like you as a verb. So I am interested in that, in your dream for humanity. And in you as the person. Again, I feel called to come back to you and to where you are, maybe all the stories that you still carry. What is the story of Teal Swan? I'm going to wheel it down.
Okay, good.
We've been shown things. We've seen you for years, as I'm saying, but like, gosh, is it too soon to ask me for your legacy? Maybe a little too soon, but what is that story of Teal Swan? Like, what is your arc?
I feel like my arc is to change the way that people think. I'm here to change the mind of humanity. Now, why that's so important is that when you change somebody's mind, the way that they do things changes. So while you'll see me in the future become much more invested in creating tangible changes, programs, centers, all kinds of things, to create actual tangible changes within society for the benefit of not only mankind, but also other beings that share this life as well. I feel like the real story of my life is that when I'm sitting here changing the mind of humanity, anybody who's listening to me is going to change what they do. So let's say that, I'm talking in these videos to somebody who's 12 years old right now. Maybe that 12-year-old who grew up watching my videos sees the world in a very different way than other people do. Because of that, maybe that is the child who ends up, creating a movie that changes the way that people see love. Or maybe that child is the person who creates a new way of teaching, a whole new model for education. Maybe that is some person who comes up with an alternative to the economic system. Maybe these are people who are actually going to be capable of having relationships, and the basis upon which they choose relationships is different. You've got a whole group of people who are having conscious relationships. That changes the story for every single child they have or don't have. So there's this major ripple effect happening from people who have grown up listening to these types of ideas. They can't see the world the same way. And because of that, I genuinely believe that what they will be doing for this world will improve the way that this world works.
Yeah. I feel like I want 2024 to be the extension lust, not the destruction lust, but to think in the ways of like how our love and how our inner light can be an extension for others, and less of the aspect of destruction, which is why I'm doing the light work out here. You know what I mean? This is my true nature is one of like yes, like full yes, we can do it.
It's interesting that you say this as your desire, because one of the things that I said in this prediction thing that I did for 2024 is that it's so important this year for us to remind each other of our potential. For that reason, I even added to my own social media channels this thing that's called a goodie of the week. So like sometimes I'll do like a funny of the week, or the goodies are basically videos or things that represent human goodness. And we're needing so badly to remind ourselves of this and remind each other of this. Whether it's a stranger who buys flowers for another stranger, or, a person who is reunited with somebody that they deeply love, or, interspecies relationships that are interesting. Whatever it is, it's just like we need to be putting at the forefront of our minds and other people's minds the potential positive. Now, this is really big when I'm saying this, right? Because I'm the shadow worker. I'm the one that's like, you got to go towards the fear. You got to go towards the negativity. This year, I'm literally saying that the remedy for everything we've got going this year, especially this destruction lust, is specifically that. We're in a doom spiral, man. And we are not headed towards a wonderful place. So right now we need to be like, you know what, we can do different. Like, here's proof of people who can do different. Here's proof of what we are capable of when we are actually in a space of loving each other, rather than, fending for our own best interests against everyone around us. I feel like it's very powerful to remind ourselves of this. And it's inspiring. You can't help but watch these things and not go, ripples are endless. I want to do something too.
I want to help people. I want to be in service.
Yeah.
And the proof is in the choice. The proof is in the choice. The proof is not in the pudding. It's not in the result. It's not in the expectation. It is in the actual choice that we make as human beings together. That's what I'm seeing. And so that's why the decision making is so important. And so, like, inspiring our brothers and sisters to choose differently. Are you watching this podcast because you want to be the same, or because you want to grow and change? I would hope it's the latter. I would hope it's you've listened this far because you believe that there is a choice.
Yeah.
And we have to no matter what happens in this death spiral that we're in, we have to remember that we always have a choice. That's the truth.
Yes.
Cool. All right, Teal. This has been very enlightening. It's been really comical at times. It's been very, very real and raw at times too. I really appreciate your candor and willingness to just drop in a little bit. Yes. Let's get some sacred sons to your events. Like I said, you speak all around the world. You're an international speaker, a best-selling author, a thought leader, and now we know why. We're hearing it right here. What do you have coming up? What are you excited about in your work? What offerings do you have that our brothers and sisters can tune into?
Well, I mean, I just released the Ancestral Healing course, and this is the thing that I'm the most excited about just because of how applicable it is right now for most people. Also, just knowing how incredibly enriching the experience is. So that would be the thing that I'd be the most interested in people engaging in right now, if it's not for tuning into my Saturday videos, which is on every single subject under the sun. I'm about to, this upcoming Saturday, I'm about to dive into this idea of sexuality being a very important element of the totality of your relationships. In fact, I'm about to, yet again, in classic form, run straight up against standard convention and advice in the relationship field.
Can you give us a little bit more of a hint in terms of like what the role sexuality plays?
Yeah, okay. So most people who are in the field of relationship therapy and sex therapy, they see a relationship a little bit like a pie, where you've got pieces of the pie, right? And sexuality is just one piece of that pie.
But it's not.
Now, I'm about to throw this on end. I'm about to throw this on end, basically, and say that your sexuality is what stays the most closely linked to your deepest desires, most especially those ones you're ashamed of, the things, therefore, you had to suppress, deny, and disown. And because it's such a deep need and desire, there's such a deep drive for healing there, you're going to start to see somebody's sexuality or the emotional experiences that motivated their sexuality bleeding out into all elements of their relationship, not just the bedroom. So I'm about to say, basically, that sexuality is one of the hardest things to work on in a relationship. Because it's not just about sexuality. Like, you could take a couple and you could throw them in the bedroom and you could teach them all kinds of techniques to improve their experience in the bedroom. That's not going to do much, because all these, what essentially you would see, behaviors you would see, fetishes you would see, inclinations you would see in the bedroom are indicative of things that are much deeper than what's just in the bedroom, and it will bleed out into all other aspects of their life, including what type of relationship they're wanting.
Yeah. Now you've got everybody interested. Where do we tune into this talk? You're going to really go there, huh?
This is going to be on my YouTube channel. So I release a new video every single Saturday, and this is going to be the upcoming Saturday video.
Dude, the consistency that you show up with, it's unparalleled. It's got to be. I mean, I know that there's a lot of people making content, but like the consistency for me is also like that's also the proof, the longevity of what you've been able to create. In the teachings and in the ways.
Yeah, well, it's like, I mean, it's obviously there's endless things to talk about, but at the same time, it became very important to me in the beginning of my career to be there. Like, I know it's interesting, but I very much see the people who have tapped into my frequency as tribe members. It doesn't matter where they live in the world, and doesn't matter whether I will ever meet them. I definitely see them as soul tribe, and so in the very beginning of my career, it became very important for me to be there for my tribe, basically. So my consistency through the Saturday videos is a way of being there for them, staying there with them, continuing to assert the fact that I'm there.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the underlying piece here is to create the thing which you did not have, the thing that maybe you longed for in your life. You are actually creating it. You are one who is getting back, transmuting the pain into purpose. It's all right here. It's like it's not that you've done it or that you've arrived, but it's that you're committed to doing it.
Yep.
It's radical. It really is. And in this world, the way that things are, it's a very radical act. I also, to be a thought leader as a woman, I also feel like maybe you get unfair stuff thrown at you. Like I see that happen. I can't understand it. I got in trouble for interviewing you last time, meaning like, oh, you shouldn't do that. And it's like, what are you talking about? And it's not to say like, oh, it's because you're a woman, but man, it's a part of it. What's going on?
I understand what it is. I do understand what it is.
What is it?
It's power.
It's power.
Yeah, people naturally have a very complicated relationship with power in general. They want it, they fear it, they've been abused by it. Fear is something that sends off all kinds of red flags for people, and I am a walking ball of it. Not just because of, we can talk about power in terms of the essence of somebody's soul, but like, let's drop that off a cliff. Let's talk about the fact that beauty is perceived as power. You especially see this during the witch hunts, because when men felt like they couldn't control their arousal around women, that feels like the woman's in control, right? Let's talk about the power of something like charisma. I have high levels of charisma. I'm able to convey myself in a communicative way, which is actually very uncharacteristic for females. If you study the way that my voice is, like if you have a voice expert, study my incantations, I carry a lot of power in my voice. Fame is perceived as power, and this is even more so in today's world when the major news channels are now competing with viewership with me and with people who have the levels of viewership that I do, right? The age of social media changed everything. I don't think people understand this enough. There's no more platform. It's not like a television channel pulls all the millions of watchers. Now, CNN is competing with the people who are sharing things online, and that's a lot of power, and it scares the crap out of people, including governments. Like, somebody who has a YouTube channel with millions of followers says do something, and a million people do it at once. That's like a huge problem. So, that's an item of power. A high intellect is something which is seen as power. If you break me down, I'm basically a giant ball of power. And when people perceive me that way, it scares the crap out of them, and we're even less okay with women having power. So, when I started to understand this picture better of the relationship people have to power and how they're seeing that in me everywhere, it started to make a lot more sense why it is that people are coming up against me. Actually, the people who have an issue with my content itself are very few and far between.
Yeah.
It exists, but it's not the bulk of it. Most people have an issue.
No, it's with you. It's with you. They want to make it personal.
Yeah, it's personal. It's an issue with my character. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's I guess you could call it fascinating. It's fascinating for me. For you, it must be something you have to endure.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Can I tell you why it's horrible?
Please.
Because if you dedicate so much energy, and literally, this is like I eat, sleep, and breathe this the same way that let's go back to science. Let's say there's a NASA scientist whose entire existence, with sandwiches in between, is dedicated towards something like studying emperor penguins. It's like there is a need and there's a desire, however egoic it is, to be able to be proud of what it is that you do and to be able to tell people. And if it's not that I'm running into people who already know me, which I run into them all the time, the more hate pieces that are done about me, the more bias is being built up. And I can't tell you how many times I go into meetings with people or I run into them randomly at a restaurant or in the street and they're like, "You're so different than what I saw on the deep end." And I'm like, oh my God, I can't get away from this. And not only that, it's like when I meet new people, like people who aren't into the spiritual field and who don't know any of this stuff. And they're like, "What do you do for a living?" And they ask for my name. Instead of feeling proud, I feel a sense of panic because I know that what's going to happen is they're meeting me in person. They're going to be excited and they're going to go look me up. And the first thing that they're going to get hit with is disastrous, cult leader, dangerous, manipulative, blah, 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 blah. And it affects people immensely. It does. And I like, a bigger problem I'm having even than that is that it's like anybody, it's what you experience. It's that now anybody who associates with me themselves is getting attacked.
And not by like the powers that be. I was getting attacked by my people who like my podcast, whatever that is, people who like what we're doing. They were the ones turning, because of the way that the infiltration has happened psychically or whatever that is.
Yeah.
That's a trip.
And not, there's a very few people. You're one of the people who can handle that type of pressure, albeit it's very uncomfortable. But there's a whole demographic of people who cannot deal with that type of pressure. So, yeah, I'm sort of swimming and wading my way through this very difficult challenge and trying to figure out how to navigate that.
Yeah. So kind of when I asked you earlier, what's the story of Teal Swan? Is there an aspect or part of you that feels like you gave some of your power away? I know that's not even tangibly possible. I'm not saying it like that, but when you allowed people to come and film and tell their version of you.
Oh, of course. And I know why I did it. I know how they hooked me. They hooked me because I was desperate for there to be a writing of the improper perception of me. Now, you can relate this back to my childhood. I was not understood at any point in my childhood. I grew up in a culture, the Mormon culture. My family was non-Mormon. I was treated very badly by that culture. To generalize, they were very cruel, and the attitude towards me and my family was like, oh, they're a sign of the second coming, because if they were exposed to the gospel and they turned the other cheek, then that's proof of the fact that they worked for the demonic realms. So basically, I grew up with this sort of constant feeling of always being scapegoated. And when I got into this career and got into, the hate did not start with the deep end. This started 2 years after I got into my work. And it's been this chronic thing of just feeling completely not understood, and they don't get it. Why? If they really just got it, they would feel differently about me. If they knew me, they would understand me, right? And when that film team came in, they sensed the desperation. This is, of course, we know that any desperation is dangerous. Every fish in the ocean that uses it like an angler lure to get other fish understands this. there's a point of weakness around our most desperate needs. And one of my most desperate needs was to be understood, ironically. So when they came in, essentially promising to me that this would be what writes everybody's opinion, that this is going to be somebody who's with me for so long that people are going to finally understand my motivations for this work, what it is that I'm doing, that they're going to come to like me rather than hate me. I definitely fell for that hook, line, and sinker. I think, it definitely, even when, I'm not going to say that a lot of red flags went off, because that's actually the scarier part of this whole thing.
I remember you guys were having birthday party videos. They were sending you videos. We love you. Thank you for helping us, even in our lives with our problems. I got to see that from the outside perspective.
It was a real great deception. But when I'm going back and I'm kind of like, well, was there ever any red flags that went off? It's around things like, being presented with the document and being told that I don't get to have any creative control over that, and that's just how it's going to be. And they can make, obviously because I'm a celebrity, I fall under public domain laws. Anybody can make anything about me that they want. I can't do anything about it except for retroactively. Did you know that or no?
I had no idea that was the thing.
Nobody's been able to explain to me when you sort of cross that legal line where you're considered a celebrity, but celebrities fall under public domain.
Wow.
So, being told things like that where it's like, it's not even direct interactions with the people. It's like looking at contracts like that where, I'm not realizing how hard I should fight for things like creative control over a project or not. It's like, it's almost like, yeah, well, the point of this is that I've definitely got...
But you do know, because you even said it. It's like, we're in the new time. We have everything that we need. Is there a part of you that still desires to tell a version of your story in that type of a format?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I still definitely desire that. I feel like it could have been something incredible. Some of the footage that they got over the course of the 3 years are so incredibly impactful that I'm like, God, I would kill to get that footage.
How do we get it? Give me names.
I know where it is. Yeah, that footage is owned by the documentary group, which is in New York City. And I am dying to get my hands on that footage because I would love to do a remake. I would love to get an editor who is able to go through that and actually turn it into what I wanted it to be, which was not, I want people to understand me, but I actually wanted this story to be one that was super inspiring, basically.
You know what you want? This is my presumption. You wanted the audience to feel the way that people walk away from your experiences feeling. And that is hopeful, filled with hope for humanity, and a sense of healing. And a sense that healing is even possible in the first fucking place.
Exactly.
I know this because I want it selfishly for Sacred Sons too. I get to experience this all the time. And we have filmed it. And we haven't put it out because we're holding it, but we're like also not giving it away to anyone else to tell the story. So thank you for the example for us in the future who know better than to do that, because as creators, for everyone out there listening, we have everything we need. You don't need the record label. You don't need the executive. You don't need the director or the producer who's going to tell you or sell you the world. You need your vision and your passion and some people that really fucking got your back. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, well, my desperation for those things definitely made it so that even in little moments like that, I think there were certain red flags that I didn't pay attention to because of my desperation for those things. I think it's too harsh of a lesson, personally.
Too harsh. It's definitely a harsh one. I remember, when last time we talked, it was like right after episode 2 aired or something like that. Teal Swan, thank you so much again for your time, for the gifts, for the teachings, for the lessons, for your leadership. With that, is there any final message that you would like to leave with the brothers and the sisters who are listening?
Yeah, the message that I would leave people with is to continue to remind yourself and remind other people of the positive potential within humanity. I want you to look for proof of it wherever it exists and to share that proof with other people in a very conscious way so that we can all be reminded of the direction that we're really wanting to head in.
That's it. The proof is in the choice. Remember.
You should just make it into a t-shirt. Just make it into a t-shirt at this point.
I've got a bunch of taglines. I learned so much in this episode. Thank you so much, Teal. Until next time, again, check out Teal Swan on YouTube, on Instagram. Take the Ancestral Healing course. Look out for the Sexuality Talk course calls, videos on Saturday drops, whatever they are. She's going to be diving in, bringing nothing but the truth. Appreciate you with that. Adam Jackson, Sacred Sons, Teal Swan. We're out, family.
I don't have any ammo. What's going on here? So we got shot in a rocket. And now we are like in a castle in the sky. What the F, man? What is this? The fuck? Is this like Alien? They are pregnant? What is going on? This looks insane, dude. Mm, But why? What is all of this? Okay. Okay. Wait, what am I doing? What the fuck, man? So I'm gonna go left. Here it is. Shit. What the fuck? Okay. What's this? Mhm. Okay. Ouch. So what did we do? Oh, it takes my HP. Wait, what? What does it do? Do I have to do this again? What is this? What does it do? What the fuck? Hmm. Nice. Can we get some ammo? Oh my god, let's go. Nice. And the big ones. Good, 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 good. Okay. What is this? What the fuck? What is this? What is inside there? Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's like he's looking at me. I'm scared. What is it doing? Oh, there it's its head. Holy shit. What? What? What the fuck? Whoa, what is this? A new one. What do I do with this? What the fuck? What am I supposed to do? Was this something I can put him in or something? Here? Here? Oh. What is this? Oh my god, what the fuck? What did I do to my hand, man? What? Why did I do the thing to my hand in the first place? And what the fuck just happened here? Wait, no way. What? So I have to do this again on the other side. And what happened here? His mouth opened. Okay, okay, I get this mechanic now. And there's gonna be another egg. It's the same thing. What did I do to my arm, dude? Why would you do that? So we do this again. It's got red eyes. What the fuck? Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is happening? Okay, we have a lot of HP and ammo and everything. Okay, 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 okay. Ah, very good. Oh shit. God, I'm so bad at aiming. Oh no. Nope, he got me. monkaS. Did I get him? Oh, okay, so he does like a roundhouse. Okay, okay, okay. It's fine, we got this. What do I have though, actually? Did I hit him? I think I have to hit the red thing. So whenever he shoots. Wow. He blocks it. Got him? Damn. The stomp. Did we get him? I think he made a noise. Ooh. That was his ball sack, dude. I think we got him. Mm-hmm. Oh shit. What hit me? Got him, dude. Did I? Hmm. Yes. Okay. Next phase. What the fuck? I have one shot left on the big. I have no more HP left. I have one shot here. How much here? 3. Holy fuck. That was rough, dude. We gotta get a new gun. What? Shoot! Oh my god! Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck? We have to make him do something. There. He's holding his hand on his chest. We have to reveal the heart. How? If I stand still, I'm dead. I need to bait him somehow. There. No. Wait, what? What the fuck? What did he do? What the fuck? So if he charges me, there we go. Yes. I have one more shot. There it is. Messed it up. Again. He's doing something. Hey, we have to bait him to charge. Like this. There it is. And then shoot. Yeah. Okay. Again now. Now. Okay, that's all my ammo. Oh my god, dude. That took all my ammo. Oh, we have a new weapon. Let's go. It looks like a grenade launcher or something. Mm-hmm. Okay, this game is quite the game. This is quite the game. There's another one. Wait, we have to make juice out of this one first. Here, yes. Holy shit, dude! It took all my ammo. I need new ammo now. I don't know. It has to be spawning some. Maybe. Wow, this is ridiculous. But I can't take it. Did I fail to take it? Hmm. Hmm. I'm pretty sure I have to take the juice, but it doesn't let me. Because then we can put it in the other thing. Hmm. I must have messed up taking the juice. Maybe I animation cancelled. I don't understand. Because if I take this out, then this way opens, I believe. Hmm. Oh, there's a third egg. Hmm. Oh, whoa. What? Okay. I knew it. Okay. Oh, wow. You only have this now. You can't change any other weapon. Why? Everything is locked. Interesting. I think I messed this up somehow. I don't know. This is on the other side. Oh, what? Dude, I just randomly did this. Gamer moment. It had to be this. It had to be this, dude. Absolute gamer moment right here. Somebody clip. Oh my god, am I gonna fight the third fight? But I don't have any ammo. Wait. Is there ammo? No. We don't have any ammo. What am I gonna do? Oh, what? We blocked it. Huh. Ouch. What is this? Is he has to charge again? There it is. Nope. Oh shit. We need to make him charge. Come on. Come on. What is this? Let's see where we re-roll here. Yeah, roll back. My god, look at the loading screen. Deferred. Oh, okay. Okay, can I get the... Can I get ammo? I'm just gonna shoot. Let's see. Just shoot him right away. But it's gonna bounce. I have to, let's see. Do like this. Oh no. Okay. So was this a lot of damage or was my HP low? I couldn't tell. Let me check my HP. I can't. Let's see how much I have. Oh, okay. I have 0 HP. So we hit him, I think. Nope. That's it. I'm out. And I can't swap weapons anyways. This door is closed. Did he hit himself? Okay. The thing is, even if we go and look for ammo, we have the baby in the hand. So I can't maybe take the ammo. Can I put it back? So the door now is open. There's nothing I can do though. This is closed. I have to fight. But I don't have any ammo. I don't even know, like, what is his face now? Oh, that was the Ayo. That actually was the play. That was the play, dude. Easy game. All right. Had one more shot left. One more rocket or grenade. Oh my god, what is this game, dude? What the fuck? This is... Oh, I couldn't take it because it was not full enough. Yeah, oh my god. All right. So now the thing opens, the gate opens. Okay. So I'm like mutating. I'm on 1 HP, by the way. Literally 1 HP. What am I doing here? So I got the thing. Did I not put it in? Wait, what? I got a vial, the door opened, we got into this room. I put one vial here, it opened his face. And then I want to put the next vial here. Excuse me? So I took the vial. There's nothing here. The door opened, we walk. Mm-hmm. Have one more shot. This is it. Unbelievable. My last ammo. What would I have done without it? Look at this. Wait, I am like a... I don't work anymore, it looks like. That's what's going on. So now we remove the bark. And so our hand works. Did I die? Shit. How did I die? Oh, so it removes the bark and then we can use our hand. Yeah, okay, but I need HP. We need to find HP because this is gonna happen again. I have the same amount of HP. This is not gonna work. Must have unlocked HP somehow, somewhere. This is not good. Basically, look, what's gonna happen. I'm gonna have to remove the bug and then therefore gonna unalive myself. There is the first one. So this always happens. This already takes HP away, I guess. See. It does, yes. So, yeah. We can't do this without. What if there's like another source of healing somehow? So I'm backtracking to see if I can find any health. I wouldn't even know what I'm looking for. This has to unlock HP somehow, somewhere. If I only have enough HP to remove the bug, then I can do everything else. But it's not gonna work. Here it is. So this should kill me now. RIP. That's the problem. How the hands are gonna burst out of our chests. Nope, it's the bark. Okay. So there was a thing where I can use my hand. Maybe it heals me if I'm fast enough. What the fuck? What if I find health and I can't take it because I'm barked? See, for all of this, I need a clean hand. Oh no. I spawn with way too less HP. There has to be HP here somehow. So now if I'm fast enough, let's see. Nope. This was ammunition. Wait, am I dead? Yeah. So we are in like an endless death loop. So this was ammo. Was there HP somehow? If I take this, I can't go here anymore. Shit. It's over. I have to like roll back and survive with just one more HP. And then I can survive the thing and then maybe we can do something. But now if I remove the bark, I die. To the bark again. But let's see, maybe we can run to healing somehow. I don't know, dude. We have to find one first. So this was ammo. This was the thing. This is the thing. The multiple things. Yes! Dude, it actually worked! We actually found one! Is this real? Yes, yes, yes! Yes! Oh, look at this! Oh my god, dude. Okay. Okay, I can just do it again. I have enough HP now. What is this now? Wait, do I have to do it before every move? What is this? What? How much ammo? 0. We can get ammo now, but... So wait, there is one here. This is used. If I go back, was there another one? There is. And then there is the ammo. What I want to do though is I want to try something else. If I take the ammo, it, fuck, what is it doing? Unbelievable, dude. It already grew back. It didn't work. I was gonna go up here. That was too fast. Oh no, I don't have enough HP to do this enough of times. Okay, 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 okay. Hmm. I'll take the ammo and then what? There it is again. I'll try one more time. That's pretty fast. Nope. Okay, so this is scripted. This one is scripted, okay. That's rough, dude. That is rough. That means though, this should be the last one, maybe. If we do it right. No idea. I think I need the ammo. This work? Holy shit. Gamer, guys. Oh no, okay. We can probably do one more. But I don't think I have 5. So why did this not work? Like, what is actually going on? We can do one more. Here, let's see. This maybe last one. And now do I get the upgrade? Yes. Okay. What now? So now we have the same issue. If I use this, I'm dead. One more time, I can use it for this. If this doesn't work, it's GG. Then we need a new save. I'm probably dead. Oh boy. Yes. No. Well, this is new. Great. Same problem. Oh boy. If I use it now, I'm dead for sure. Whatever that machine is, we have to reach it now. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way, dude. Oh my god. What? With like 0.1 HP. What is this? What? What is it doing? I can't do anything about it. Do I exit? I can only exit. What? Okay. How am I not dead? I don't have any HP left. I can't look at my HP. Dude, is this what is happening? Was this scripted that I get here with like 0.1 HP? This is ridiculous, man. Wait, am I clean? My hand? Mm-hmm. Okay, so my hands are clean. We have a thing. Oh shit. Never mind. I thought I can do a few more things. Oh, did we have echo, by the way? I just realized. There is no in-game sound. So we are meant to not hear anything? What is going on? What is this? I was here before though, right? I didn't see this one though. Holy shit. This must be wrong. What is happening? I think I didn't see this last time. Or did I come from here? I'm so confused. No, we came from here. So the door is closed, is it? So double check. Fuck. Yes. Can I open it though? Okay. Good, 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 good. All right, I think I was not meant to be here yet, and that's why the music also stopped. That was weird though. What the fuck? No, there's still no music. So I don't know what's up with the music. I don't think we have to do this anymore. I was gonna check out the thing with the ammo. There was one, I believe. This... Oh, it's actually already used. When did I use it? Okay. Let's head back to where the thing was. The body. No. Jesus, man, how did we made it so far? I think I should not have been this far. Something glitched and we were meant to be reloading, but I didn't. So this door is closed. That's odd. Because the bodies must be on this other side. But I don't know. This is this. So it has to be outside. But there is no sound. This is odd as F, man. The menu has sound. I think I glitched the game somehow. Should have been dead when the thing, you know, dotted me, but we got the cutscene. So this has sound, and now the sound stops afterwards. Okay. This looks like it's the only way where I can go right now, so... Like, are we supposed to be deaf? Then it's cool, I suppose. Okay. So this doesn't have sound. So this is the room, okay. Wait. Oh. I see how this connects. Okay, okay, okay. And then we had to move from outside to make it cinematic. I'll allow it. But this is where I wanted to be. Because we got the thing. This thing. Mm-hmm. What? monkaS? Where's the sound? Okay. Holy shit. To take my brain out? Whoa, now the sound come back. Can you guys hear this? Wait. What is happening? I don't think you got the sound at all. Nope, now it's gone again. That is horrible. Wait, I'm in the body now? Who is pregnant? What? Switch? Whoa, there's another one. No, wait, I want sound. Do I have to reload the game? So now we have sound. That was a glitch, dude. Wait, what is this now? Is this me? Who am I? What does switch mean? What do you mean, switch? Wait. Oh my god. So I can play two? Look at this. Oh no. What is happening? Okay. So, we have to switch now? Okay, now both have the key. What? monkaS. Hmm. Wait, what are these buddies then? If that's not the one I'm walking in. Huh? The fuck is happening? I have no clue. Whoa. What? Yo, what's up, Daniel? Daniel, bro, what is going on? What is this game, dude? What is he doing? Bro, what is happening? What? What? Did this just happen? Or is this like a flashback, or I think it just happened. Wait, but who am I? What is happening? Oh my god. Bro. Huh? Huh? What? What? Was this the ending? What happened? Wait. What happened, dude? Daniel, I think we finished the game. But what was this ending? I didn't understand anything, dude. I didn't understand a single thing. Holy shit. We played it a lot yesterday and today. Let me see how many hours we needed in total. This was ridiculous, man. 11 hours almost. And I had no clue what was happening. In the end, I had zero idea what the fuck was going on. Was there supposed to be like a different ending or something? Also, the credits, I put the credits manually now. Like, what is this game? What the fuck? Oh god. Oh my god. That was ridiculous, dude. Yo, I don't know what to make of it. I guess I liked it. It was really hard. I thought it was really hard. Let's see if we can find like a recap. Like what? Scorn ending explained. In Hindi.
Hey guys.
The fuck, bro? Yo, Daniel, how is it going, man?
Super Horror Bro Mike here, and in today's video we take a look at the story of Scorn and my personal interpretation of the meaning behind its very metaphorical story. Before we begin, I want to give a quick heads up that this video will touch on topics that certain viewers may find disturbing and uncomfortable. I will be breaking this video into two sections. Firstly, I'll walk you through some of the events of Scorn's story, step by step, and explain what happens on a surface level. Then, in the second half of the video, we'll take a look at the symbolism behind this story and its deeper meaning. So with that said, sit back, relax, and let's explore Scorn's twisted alien landscape. Scorn begins as an unnamed human protagonist struggles to make their way across a barren wasteland and toward a tower on the horizon. After falling into a crevice, they wake up in an alien structure deep underground. From here, this odd-looking human makes their way into a central chamber, where they must hatch an egg which then gives birth to another humanoid-looking character. We use the arm of this creature to open a door that allows us to progress deeper inside this creepy complex made of flesh and bone. The humanoid then enters an incubation room and discovers an alien weapon. A weapon that also doubles as a key to unlock and power up various contraptions throughout the environment. Upon powering up these mechanical devices, we hatch flying creatures, which then proceed to fertilize egg-like pods. These pods can be fitted to a structure which, once powered up, erupts in a shower of white goo and then sticks our hapless protagonists to the floor, at which point they pass out. Scorn then switches to the perspective of a new character, another humanoid who is born from inside an egg and must detach from a giant umbilical cord. They are surrounded by the corpses of other fallen humanoids who seem to have hatched from these eggs but not survived to tell the tale. It is also apparent we have awoken in the same barren wasteland as the previous protagonist, and begin to make our way to the very same alien structure we observed during the game's intro. The bodies of other fallen humanoids can be found throughout the story of Scorn, suggesting that most born into this world don't last very long in its hostile environment. Eventually, our new protagonist reaches an alien structure and notices a lizard-like creature leading them deeper and deeper within. They are suddenly ambushed by this monstrous entity, which then proceeds to latch onto them like a parasite and fuses with their body. This creature is attached to that familiar alien weapon we acquired during the game's prologue, which suggests that this alien is in fact a mutated version of our previous protagonist, one who has been warped by this hostile world over time and now a predator preying on unsuspecting and newly birthed arrivals. At the heart of this structure is a key-based puzzle. We are required to modify a key 4 times in order to unlock a mechanism which lowers 4 egg-like pods. One of these then hatching and releasing a partially formed human who soon dies as a result of a premature birth. After completing this sinister puzzle, we make our way back to the central chamber where the previous protagonist, now attached to our
Yeah, okay, but none of the things that are happening in the game are like doing any story. None of them are like progressing, connected or anything. Like it's all like random. What the fuck?
our new character once travelled before us. Though much time has passed and the area now lies in a state of ruin. At this point, it's worth drawing attention to the state of this alien world in general. We can see it is eroding and disintegrating at every turn. It seems the atmosphere is corroding the environment and slowly draining the life from it. This seems to be a dying civilization, where only parasitic entities have survived the cruel winds of time. We next find ourselves in an alien hive, where the objective is to attach egg-like pods to a track in order to use them to traverse the environment. This area is the first to feature enemies, which come in various forms such as these dog and bull-like creatures. We also acquire our first projectile-based weapon in the form of this pistol, and later we will go on to collect a shotgun and grenade launcher to round out our arsenal. The protagonist also discovers a healing pod, and both of these organic devices can be refueled at charging stations found on the walls throughout the environment. The next area is located deep underground at the lowest point of Scorn's twisted world. Here, a giant monstrous creature must be split open at 3 separate points so that various contraptions can be raised to the upper level. Once this is done, a puzzle can be solved and the chamber raised to a sky rail high above, though doing this kills the giant creature at its centre. By the time we reach the sky rail, the parasite that latched onto our character has really started to slow them down, merging itself with them and growing root-like tendrils that latch onto their flesh. The longer it remains attached, the more infused the two become and the less human our appearance. The sky rail leads to a temple far across the desert below. This Temple of Light is the very same one both our protagonists have been searching for. It seems these humanoids are drawn to this structure for an unknown purpose, as if the very building itself is calling out to them. The temple is adorned with statues of men and women reproducing. It also shows statues of women in various stages of pregnancy and some giving birth. A mural within the throne room connects an alien race to the humans and suggests that these aliens have been removing human embryos and then growing them outside of the human body, this in turn creating a new race of humanoids. We soon observe this process by collecting up alien babies and placing them inside the bodies of robotic humanoid contraptions. Doing so brings these robots to life, and we must then defeat them by destroying the alien baby they now carry inside. Notice how these robotic humanoids try their best to protect the life inside them, but ultimately fall to our protagonist during battle. We must then collect up 3 of these aliens and juice them down in a machine, collecting their blood in a vial.
Bro! Juice them down! This was exactly what happened. Look at this. We had to take them
aliens and juice them down in a machine,
and then we juice them.
Look
at
vial,
this,
which can then be transferred inside 2 pregnant humans in the adjacent room. Though doing so causes a strange growth to emerge from their faces, from which an eyeball grows. Another interesting point to note is that these humans are men, not women. Couple this with the fact that we seemingly meet no female characters during the story of Scorn, and it suggests that the women of this world died out, and in order to continue survival, technology was developed which allowed the men to carry children. Though it seems this world slowly died out anyway, with only a few experiments such as our character surviving, alongside the many parasites nesting in the various ruins we journey through along the way. The parasite then takes hold of the humanoid's body to such a severe degree that their hands become moulded to their weapon. It is impossible to proceed as we can no longer use our hands to activate a platform which leads to the temple's upper levels. To regain control of our body, we must finally separate this parasite from us, and so our protagonist locates a contraption that can be used to tear the parasite from their body. Though it does not die, thrashing until it breaks free from the machine before slithering out of sight. Our wounded protagonist then makes their way back to the elevator, whereby they raise themselves and the two pregnant humans up to the throne room.
Dude, I didn't even understand that this was the parasite leaving us.
Though it does not die.
I didn't understand. I was
Crashing
like,
until it breaks free from the machine before slithering out
Oh
of
my God.
sight. Our wounded protagonist then makes their way back to the elevator, whereby they raise themselves and the two pregnant humans up to the throne room, and then proceed to strap themselves into a medical device in the hopes a robotic doctor can repair their mangled body. Things don't go exactly to plan, as rather than reassemble us, the doctor instead cuts open the humanoid's stomach and head, attaching their brain to a giant hive mind in the centre of the temple. We see other humanoids who have met the same fate, now all connected to one consciousness. We then awaken as the two pregnant humans we filled with alien blood in the chamber beneath.
Like, what? What?
Switching between them to solve Scorn's final puzzle, which centres around opening a door at the far side of the throne room. One of the pregnant humans pushes the doctor aside and picks up our humanoid protagonist from the operating table. However, they take one of the doctor's blades, which continues to cut into the unfortunate soul as they are carried beyond the doorway and towards the void of light. Distorted statues point towards this light gate, as if to suggest that this is the way out of this hostile alien dystopia. However, as the two make their way towards this exit, their movement slows to a crawl. The parasite returns and merges with our protagonist once more, consuming them as they reach out helplessly towards the pregnant human who almost carried them to safety. In the aftermath of this tragic event, we witness the horrifying result of this merge. The two humanoids melding together to create a mass of immobile flesh.
I didn't even understand.
Trapped inside Scorn's weird world. And that is where the story ends.
So we could have gotten saved by like so little. What?
On the surface, Scorn is a very jumbled game full of strange and nightmarish imagery, and an ending that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It almost seems a little pointless and lacking in direction. This is very much intentional, however, as developer Ebb Software seems to be far more interested in allowing its audience to theorize over the greater meaning behind their very symbolic imagery and metaphorical narrative. By doing so, we see the story in a new light and can make sense of why certain events take place. On a very basic level, when deconstructing this weird world, it's obvious one of Scorn's central themes is a twisted take on the story of creation. From the moment a baby is conceived to the moment they finally make their way out of their mother during the birthing process, as portrayed by this very suggestively shaped light portal during the story's conclusion. But this isn't a light-hearted story of the joy of creation. Instead, Scorn's narrative ventures into the cycle of both life and death. So let's begin with some of the ways in which Scorn presents a symbolic narrative based around the theme of reproduction. At the beginning of the game, we witness our protagonist born from an egg, and then detaching an umbilical cord from their bellies before making their way to a tower of light in the distance. The light representing birth, and this world representing the womb they incubate within. All of Scorn's puzzles revolve around connecting egg-shaped objects with other egg-shaped objects, which can be viewed as a metaphor for conception, the sperm reaching the egg and fertilizing it, granting access to doors that take us deeper inside this world and closer to birth. The world itself is also full of suggestive imagery, a lot of which I simply can't show in this video.
Sexual, yeah.
These images feed into the theme of reproduction and the creation of new life. We even see a human born at one point from an egg, though they do not survive, and this leads us into the other, darker side of Scorn's metaphorical narrative, that being death. As we observed, this entire world is unstable and during childhood news. Ultimately,
so yeah, it doesn't make sense. Okay, we got it. They want us to interpret the game. Well, we almost made it, but we didn't. GG next. That's life. Life's a bitch and then you die. Man, what a sad and depressing ending. Pretty WTF though, with the pregnant bodies and stuff. Like, what? Yo, Daniel, bro, do you know what I did? Do you know there was a spring Steam sale last week? I spent a little bit more than $100 on games. I have like I don't know, 30, 40 new games or so. In Scorn, you could have carried our child. What do you mean? I don't get it. Oh, I'm so confused. But yeah, so I have like 1 million games now because I bought all the good games for under $5. It said the dudes were supplying the new embryos. Dude, honestly, I don't know. Whatever this was, man.
in order to continue.
All I know is I played 11 hours and I have no idea what's going on. Like, what? It took me so long to learn the controls in the first place. And we had to play with mouse and keyboard. I played a lot of the hours with gamepad and it was impossible. Like, you have to aim very precise, actually. Relatively precise, I would say, to other games. There is no auto lock on or any kind of this stuff. It's like very mechanical. And then the sensitivity was ass. We tried all kinds of sensitivities. But it came down to having to use mouse and keyboard, you know, to be able to like shoot properly. And then the riddles, I had to look up 2 riddles on Google, or 3 maybe. Out of how many? A few. They were like undoable. So hard, dude. And then there was a time when I was like on 1 HP for like so long time. We didn't get any HP. That was so crazy. 1 shot every time. Jesus, dude, this game was crazy. Honestly, I would recommend playing it, but only for the graphics and the WTF. Just so you go WTF. There's somebody there, yo, you wanna go WTF for 10 hours? Play this game. I dare you not to go WTF. It's like, yeah, okay. Thank you. Other than that, dude, I don't know. It was very mechanical and the enemies and everything was quite horrible. The game was pretty bad. If it wasn't for the visuals and, you know, just the atmosphere. Yeah. I let it slide as like a piece of art. I still would recommend it, as I said. Yeah. So we finished Detroit. We finished Scorn. What we're currently still playing is Red Dead Redemption, though that always crashes, so I'm not sure. And Devil May Cry. And The Companion. So we could start another game. Yo, I have like all the Hitmans, all the Tomb Raiders, all the Batmans. I have Witcher, The Witcher 3, and all the DLCs. We have all the Dead Space, all the Outlasts. I got Alan Wake, Alice Madness Returns, Prince of Persia 1 and 2, the best ones. I have so many like brain games, Portal 2. We have Mirror's Edge, Life is Strange. Oh my god, what the fuck. All the games. We have Doom Eternal. We can play Wilds thingy. We have cozy games. I got Limbo, Straight Lights, spectacular cinematic games. Amazing. And it's still not enough. These are all so good. This is gonna be enough up until like winter, and then we buy the next winter sale. I have all the God Eaters, so we have waifus. We have big weapons and waifus and monsters. We have Doki Doki Litera Club, another waifu, or I'm gonna play all the waifu games. Oh yes. Dude, I even have Star Wars. Jedi Fallen Order. What the fuck? I don't even know, like, where should I start? I kind of feel like either Batman, like I want one of the bigger trilogies, you know? Like either Batman, Tomb Raider, or The Witcher. We have all the Tomb Raider, what the fuck? Or Hitman, honestly. One of those like big story ones, I suppose. I'm so hyped and horny for all of them. I don't know what to do. We have to like maybe do like a spin the wheel kind of thing. Daniel, did you hear what all the games I have? What would you say, dude? Which one should we play? Oh, I have all the Dead Space as well. Oh my god, oh my god. I can actually play like one game every day, like from a different genre. That makes me hyped then. What? Did I mention a game? Which game do you want to see? What is this? Aeternum. It says I played this in 2021. I can't remember. I have no clue ever having played this game. Hmm. Yeah, gonna be fun. All of them sound fun. I know, right? I truly cannot decide, man. So from like The Witcher, I expect like at least 20 hours, you know? I see the games in hours now. He thought, yes. Henry Cavill. He's a gigachat dude. I have Tomb Raider, like the newest ones, and the old ones. How can I see which one is the newest? I have Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider. Oh, 2024. Wait, let me Google this. Rise of the Tomb Raider is 2016. And Shadow of the Tomb Raider is 2019. Should I play them chronologically? I'm not sure. They probably don't have to do anything with each other. And then there is Tomb Raider 4, 5, 6 remastered. Oh, remastered, never mind. Okay. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is 2018 or 19. That's the newest. And then there is Tomb Raider Reloaded. What is this? 2023. Oh, that's a like a smartphone game. So the newest one is Shadow of the Tomb Raider 2018-2019. Should we play the newest one first? There's a DLC, it looks like. Okay, I'm installing it. Yo, have you played Detroit Become Human? I finished it the day before, and yesterday I tried to change the outcomes a little bit, and I messed it up even more. Like the movie Butterfly Effect with Ashton Kutcher, do you know that? It was exactly like that, dude. I just made it all worse and worse. I swear, like, what the fuck, man? The game made me care about, like, only Kara and Alice, and then I tried to, like, keep them alive and stuff, and they all died. It's like, what the fuck have I done wrong? I was so fucking mad and upset. I just cannot accept the ending like this. In the end, we got them all surviving, but I felt empty because I see them die. Oh man. There was quite the roller coaster, man. Detroit, really, really good game. Yeah, I also want to play the Batmans, dude. The Batmans I'm so itchy for them. So for Batman, we have Arkham Knight 2015, Arkham City 2011, and Arkham Asylum 2009. So we can start with Asylum because I think these really get better if we play them from the start. It's gonna be sick. Yeah, let me install Asylum as well for sure. Kind of feel Asylum a little more tonight. Yo, while we download this one, Daniel, are you here, bro? I am glad I am able to share something with you. If you are here, let me know, please. Bro, I found this video about what is love, and she completely blew my mind, man. Are you ready for this? You have to be open to the spirituality, but there isn't even spirituality. It's like, it's just facts. I swear to God, man. What you're about to hear is so good, dude. It's gonna change your life. Are you ready? I truly believe that, man. I actually truly believe that. I know it's a bold claim. This is ridiculous, though. You wanna listen to this? I swear, dude. You're gonna get something out of it. I am so sure about it, dude. Just tell me if I should press play. I hope we can play Arkham Asylum in ultra wide. If not, I'm just gonna get a fix. I'll let it play, bro. I need to listen to it.
Hello there. I'm going to answer this question in one sentence. Then I will go on for the rest of the episode to explain what that one sentence means. What is love? Love is to take something as part of yourself. When you love something, you pull it towards yourself. You include it as you. It is an experience more than it could ever be a concept. It is the energetic movement towards oneness. Now, the exact opposite vibration of love is fear. To fear is to push something away from yourself, to disinclude it. You don't take it as you, instead you push it away from yourself. The ultimate reality is that of oneness. You may be looking at a chair or a dog or you in the mirror or your best friend or a tree and think that you're all separate. But the reality is that you are all expressions of the very same energy. And that collective energy has a consciousness.
Yo, back at it.
This consciousness is what we have been calling God or Source. Now, there was a thought within consciousness. That thought was I. The thought was define. That thought was a bit like a cancer. The minute it was thought, it caused a fracture within the oneness. Because you cannot conceptualize of I without giving birth to the concept of other. This was the birth of the ego, the birth of relationship, the birth of attachment. Like a cell dividing, the united consciousness began dividing and dividing and dividing. These fragments within oneness fragmented to the degree that the consciousness of those fragments lost awareness of the whole. You are one such fragment within oneness that lost awareness of the whole. So is the chair you're sitting on, so is the taxi out on the street, so is the tree outside. Occasionally, one of these fragments positively recognizes itself in the other fragment, and this causes a magnetism. They recognize each other as one. We call that love. Separation is the illusion. But here's the thing. In our physical lives, with our 3D minds, we love to think about illusion as separate from reality. But illusion is part of reality. Remember that in a universe of oneness, that includes illusion. For this reason, we could call fear an illusion within Source consciousness, whose reality is love. So why is love the reality of Source or God? Why is love synonymous with Source or God? The reason is because there is nothing that is not Source or God. To love is to take something as part of oneself, and there is not a thing in existence that is not part of Source or God. That is why Source or God is synonymous with love. In other words, nothing can be excluded from Source or God, and therefore by default it takes everything as itself. Watch your energy when you think things like, I don't like, or I hate, or I'm afraid of, or even negative judgments. It's the same energetic movement. It's a pushing away. You can't push something away from you without making yourself lonely, without making yourself separate. This opposes love. This causes pain. In fact, there is only one pain in this universe. That's the pain of separation. In fact, there is only one form of happiness in this universe. That form of happiness is unity. If you are feeling pain of any kind whatsoever, it means that in this moment you feel separate from something. And any time you feel happy, it means that in this moment you feel unity with something. When we get into pain in a relationship, it is always an indication that we have a fear present. Why we feel separate from them. So anytime we feel this, we can expose the fear instead. When I am in pain of any kind, I have to ask myself, what part of myself am I trying to push away? usually in response to it being awoken by something external to me? Is it the side of me that doubts the rest of me? Is it the side that feels so powerless and cut off from others that it is in rage? Is it the side of me that doesn't feel like it is good enough? Can I take that part in as part of myself? Can I bring it closer? This is radical self-love. The universe is a mirror of self. Doing this work where we take the aspects of ourselves which we are pushing away and instead bring them closer. This creates not only unity within ourselves, but because the world is a mirror, unity within the external as well. We cannot love an aspect of ourselves that we are pushing away without simultaneously loving whatever is triggering us to push that thing away. For example, a war triggers the aspect of you that feels powerless. You want to get away from that part of you, but by bringing it closer, taking it as yourself, your resistance to the war is decreased by proxy, and that ends the war, because the war itself is resistance. Or let's imagine that somebody in your life is much more accomplished than you are.
But this only works if everybody
By virtue
is...
of stepping into their presence, it's automatically going to call up two aspects of you. The first is the aspect of you that feels like it is never good enough. The second is the aspect of you, which is the perpetrator telling you you're never good enough, trying to make you good enough, the one that's hard. That external person is going to mirror for you both aspects that are within you, both aspects that you're desperately trying to push away from yourself. They mirror the split, the two fragments within you that are standing opposite of each other. By seeing that both fragments actually need to be loved, to be brought closer, it becomes possible to imagine doing so. By doing this, you love them, and by loving them, you are in fact loving the other person external to you that mirrored them. Meet the need of the disintegrated self. The disintegrated self is any aspect of you, internal, or any aspect of the world external that you push away from yourself. What does that aspect need in order to be brought closer to you, or closer to the whole? This is your work in the world. One of the easiest love practices to take on is looking for similarities. When we are not in a practice of love, our mind is constantly searching for the difference between ourselves and other people. It is constantly separating you from everything and from everyone. So the antidote to this is to look for your similarities. How am I the same as this thing in the world, especially those things that I'm pushing away from myself? What part of you are they an embodiment of? You as a singularity cannot love something and hate it at the same time. It is only possible that a part of you can hate something and another part of you can love something. But see right there, you yourself have to be in a state of disintegration to love and to hate something at the same time. If you want to be loved, you should know that one of the greatest barriers, if not the greatest barrier to being loved, is inauthenticity. In a state of inauthenticity, you don't even offer the truth of yourself up to someone so that they can take it in as part of themselves. By not being authentic, you are keeping yourself separate. You're not even giving other people the opportunity to love you. The universe's heart is broken into different things and people. You can't not have a broken heart as an I that is separate from other things. It is our job to love that broken heart back to unity. When we love anything, including an aspect of ourselves, because we are a part of God or Source, we are in fact part of Source or God coming back from a state of disintegration into a state of integration, oneness. The new question that you have to ask towards the things that you fear and hate is, how can I not love this? How can I not love this? The truth of the reality of this universe is oneness, which means that it doesn't matter whether you like something or dislike it. It is part of you. You can't not love something because, like it or not, it is part of you. So practice the art of integration. Practice the art of oneness. Practice the art of love. They are all different words for the very same thing. Take the aspects of yourself, especially those that you push away, and instead take them as part of yourself. Have a good week.
So it looks like I need to restart my PC. I need to install DirectX. Okay. Oh, there it is. Yo. I had like for Batman Asylum, I had an error and like a long log of error as well. And I screenshot the error and copy paste the error, give it to ChatGPT. And ChatGPT gave me a link and said, download this and it should be fixed. You might have to restart your PC. I downloaded it. It's like a DirectX thing, installer. Install the thing and it says it's now ready. I open it and GG. Let me see if I can have it in ultra wide. Hold on. Okay. So it's not in windowed mode. I know you can't see anything. Trying to get into options. Okay. Now I need to... Okay. And now it should work. There we go. Should have went easy. Wait, is it not ultra wide? Hitchhikers may be escaping patience.
Stand back, fool, I've got a bomb! Huh? All right.
Look at them graphic suit, 2009. Wow, so good.
Hey, Sharpie. Love what you've done with the place.
That's Warden Shop to you. Bowles!
Yo, Frankie! How's the wife and kids? You miss me?
Shut it, clown! A lot of people here really want to talk to you.
Really? I don't mind walking. Not so tight, boy. She'll crease the suit.
Get that filthy degenerate out of here.
Warden, something's not right. I'm going with him.
Okay.
Is Commissioner Gordon here yet?
Yes, sir. He's waiting for you down at patient handover. He got here just before you did.
Sharpie loves his cameras. Hey, Sharpie, you getting my good side? Ah, but heck, they're all good, aren't they?
I want him securely locked away this time.
Look at all
Me
this
too,
new
dude.
security. How's a guy supposed to break out of here?
New patient in the intensive treatment lobby. All non-essential staff to vacate the area.
Oh, it's always nice to return to my sweet little hacienda.
Tunnel's full. Start
Initializing. You know what? I prefer the good old cavity search. Much more personal.
Got a red light. Multiple prohibited
What
items.
is this, dude?
I want Joker searched
My
again.
eyes.
It's not the patient. It's...
Ooh, would you sneak in with your bats? Come on, tell me. Batarangs, bat claws, ooh, bat smacks.
Scan the screen on Joker.
Open the gate. Get him out of there. I want weapons on him at all times. Do not let him out of your sight.
There'll be time enough for you later.
Kindheit, sehr du.
Speaking of time, tick-tock. Is that a crocodile I hear? What's up, Doc? Pencil me in for tomorrow at 4. We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Keep behind me. Okay, it's clear.
Hello, new patient. This is Quincy Sharp, Warden of Arkham
Ooh, it's my favorite show. I'm Warden Idiot. You'll never escape.
Evaluation and Rehabilitation Center for the criminally insane. Situated on a small island in the Gotham Bay. Our team of psychiatrists.
Hear about Blackgate, boss?
Shut up!
Go, catch you soon, boss. Shut it and keep
Telling
moving.
you, the state of the wiring in these federal facilities is, well, it's shocking. My boys over there could have been hurt in that unfortunate fire.
Just gotta check your prisoner, Officer Bowles.
Whatever, just be quick.
Only following procedure. Well, patient seems to be in satisfactory condition. Looks like he suffered minor lacerations, probably in the last 2 hours. There seems to be...
Need to take my temperature? I'd be happy to drop my pants.
He's all yours. Get him out of here. He's good. Get the door open.
Alert in intensive treatment. Category 9 patient in transit. Pacification system active. Shoot to kill permissions granted.
Shoot to kill permissions.
Got another cycle on the way.
Can you smell the excitement in the air? No? Must have been one of the guards then. Croc, old boy! Is that you?
Did you see Harley Quinn has a show, like a cartoon show?
Get ready.
It's in season 5 now.
Keep your weapons trained on it at all times.
I watched every episode, but I haven't seen season 5 yet. Because I want to wait until it's over and then I'm gonna binge watch it all. What the fuck?
What's it doing?
Dude, it's so good, you like it? Yeah.
I've got your scent, Batman. I will hunt you down. Get that animal under control.
monkaS, this is 2009 graphics. They are so good.
And rip you apart. Eat your bones.
That reminds me.
Shit.
I really need to get me some meat.
Okay, move up.
It was a fucking dinosaur, man.
Hold tight. How come they let Batman pass security?
Whee! Great night for a party.
Not where you're going.
The night is young, lads. I still have a trick or two up my sleeve. I mean, don't you think it's a little bit funny how a fire at Blackgate caused hundreds of my crew to be moved here?
I thought I told you to stay quiet.
Oh, Frankie, you really should learn to keep that fat mouth of yours shut. It'll get you into trouble.
Tell me something. You've never let me catch you this easily. What are you really after?
Oh, nothing much. Hundreds dying in pain and fear. All their meaningless lives brought to a horrifying conclusion. All thanks to you and a book of matches. Was that the answer you wanted?
All patients should avoid contact with prisoners from Blackgate Prison Facility. Their presence.
What's he doing?
Stay where you are.
Get a flashlight! Get a light on him!
Our presence in our institution is temporary.
What? Don't you trust me?
Our guest has arrived.
Intensive treatment. Lower floors are now at level red alpha.
So, you're back. You killed 3 of my crew and you busted out of here.
Only 3? I'll be sure to try harder next time. What say we aim for 100?
Long night, Jim.
Joker invades City Hall and holds the mayor hostage, leaving it to me to juggle SWAT teams, the media, and you. Yeah, it's been a hell of a night.
Hopefully the last one we'll ever have with him.
Yeah, right.
Hold it there. Sorry, Batman. Arkham staff.
Is it Harley?
I assure you, if anyone's qualified, it's...
Listen, I appreciate the assistance, but he'll unsettle the more violent inmates.
I think he's talking about you, Bats. Don't be a stranger. You're always welcome here. Gotta say, it's good to be back.
You okay?
He surrendered almost without a fight. I don't like it.
At least he's back where he belongs.
Get up! Now!
Joker's loose. Alert the warden.
He's loosey-goosey.
The joke's on you. Ta-da! Honey, I'm home.
Come on in.
Welcome to the madhouse, Batman! I set a trap, and you sprang it gloriously! Now let's get this party started.
Okay.
Ladies and maniacs, I apologize for this interruption to your regular entertainment.
The combat is so good.
I'm just gonna kill everyone in the room and a bunch of cartoons. And then, well, you know how
The
I
combat is so
do
sick.
love a captive audience. I'm just warming you up, Bats. Fresh from Blackgate Correctional Facility, with a combined sentence of 752 years. Ding, 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 ding. It's round 2.
Oh my god.
Sorry, Bats. Gotta run. I got places to go, people to see.
The system's jammed. We're stuck in here. Joker's in full control of the security gates.
I'll find a way out. Gordon, try and contact the warden. Let him know what's happened. I'll be back.
Don't make promises you can't keep, Bats. I'm in control of the asylum.
Okay.
You're not going anywhere
Can I
I don't
sprint?
want you to. Understand?
If you think I'll let you run...
Blah, blah, blah. Always with the hero speed. Ooh, I'm getting bored of watching you. Why don't you just come find me? You know it's a trap.
Of course it is.
The controls feel really good. I'm playing on pad right now. Oh shit.
Joker's been busy. These poor guards never stood a chance.
All patients should take their medication at the
here is one
prescribed
already.
times each and every day.
Warning. Security breach in level B3.
Go on.
Security breach in level B2. Warning. Warning. Security breach in level B1. Warning. Security breach in level B6. Warning. Security breach in level B4.
Wait.
Warning. Security breach in level B.
What happened?
Joker happened. You're lucky to be alive.
You must have gone this way. Door's jammed. I'll try and get it open.
We need help in pacification. I repeat, we need backup in pacification. Can anyone hear this?
Can you hear me? I'm with Batman. Hello?
Where are they?
Back down there. Do you need help?
No. I work better alone.
Zaz is free! Oh God, he's got Mike!
Franklin, can you hear me?
Oh,
if you
God.
can, help's on the way.
Oracle, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's up?
Joker's
Oracle.
escaped custody. He's running
How do I
free
see
in
her
Arkham.
bio?
Do you need anything? Is my dad still there?
Commissioner Gordon is safe. Joker's not far ahead. I'll stay in contact.
Think about what you're doing, Zaz!
Please, you've got to save him. Thank God. It's Zaz. He's got Mike. He's strapped in the chair. Zaz has totally lost it.
Wait here.
You can't. He'll kill Mike if he sees anyone trying to get close.
He won't see me.
I see anything that looks even a little bit like a bat, and this guard dies. Do you hear me? Look at the pig's
okay.
eye.
Let him go! You'll only end up in more trouble if you continue!
Zaz has got my buddy. He's gonna fry him. Do something.
Have another.
Please.
So I have to sneak?
Keep him occupied. I need to get behind him. I've got to get close enough to Zaz to strike.
He'll
How
see
do
me
I-
coming on the ground.
Character bios. Oh.
So I'll stay up high.
Stop! He's done nothing to you! Let him go!
These old gargoyles should be able to support my weight if I grapple up to them.
Game is crazy.
Keep away, or this little piggy fries.
What the fuck?
Zaz is down,
Bro.
but not for long. Got to get close and take him out.
Someone put this animal back in his cell.
Snacked up on him.
Oh, hiya, B-Man. Harley Quinn here. How do you like my new uniform? Pretty hot, huh? Oh, I got something to show you. 1 second, B-Man. I'm now subbing for the old man. Old Sharp has never been happier. In case you ain't figured it out, today is the Joker's big homecoming, and you're the guest of honor.
You have one chance to surrender, Quinn.
Tempting, Babs, but no dice. Now the inmates are running the asylum. Well, technically the Joker's goons shipped in from Blackgate, but you get the idea. Bye-bye
Oracle, I'm here.
Arkham Asylum just vanished off the network.
He's in control of the security system. He's probably isolated it from the grid.
That's not all he's done. All police feeds are reporting he's placed bombs all over Gotham. Says he'll detonate them if anyone steps foot on Arkham Island. It's being suppressed at the moment, but the story will break any time now.
He's lying. It's just a diversion to keep people away.
How do you know?
I know him.
But everything's under control.
Can't open the gate. We're trapped in here.
Try the radio. Control should be able to shut down the gate.
Harley thinks she has me trapped in this chamber.
Look how strong
she
he
never
is.
was very bright.
He got out. Batman's found a way out.
Batman, I'm patching you into the guard radio feed.
Steve, more Blackgate prisoners. By the boiler.
Who's that behind them? Oh my god, it's Joker. He's free! How'd he break out?
Oh my god!
Sorry, feed's down. Comms are up and down like crazy.
What are those?
Not good. I'll keep trying.
Warning. Decontamination room. Toxins detected.
Trapped in there.
Warning. Decontamination. Area sealed.
What is that stuff?
Joker toxin. Listen, the room is full of poison gas. Anyone caught in there is dead.
Are you gonna get in there and help them, Batman?
How?
I think I can still see people alive in the room.
Oh my god.
Oh god! Why are they making that noise?
What the fuck?
Oh my god! They're all dying in there!
This is triggering.
This isn't a simple escape attempt. Joker's been planning this.
Over here! Please!
You're gonna be fine. Stay here.
Batman's here! Just hold on a little
shit.
longer, Steve.
I can't! I'm gonna fall!
Steve was trying to reach the vent controls and clear the room when the explosion happened.
Where is Steve?
Please, you've got to help Steve. He can't hold on much longer. Steve was trying to reach the vent controls and clear the room when
Where
the
is he? I
explosion
can't see him.
happened.
Oh, over there. Oops. Wait. Oh.
I'm going after the animal who did this.
Okay.
Batman! The extraction system! Steve was trying to get to the control panel at the end of the room!
Almost didn't make it.
Here. That son of a...
Okay.
There's the extractor control point. A well-aimed batarang can power it up.
Attention. Air purity is now at normal levels. Attention. Decontamination room access is now permitted.
Woo! Go Batman! You rock! Joker doesn't stand a chance. Hello, someone please respond. Joker is en route to the security transfer room.
Thank you, Batman. Central Control, please respond. If you can hear me, Batman is down here with us. Arkham Control, can you hear me? Are you going after Joker now? When you find him, hit him for me. I saw what you did in there, Batman. You did good. Thank you, Batman.
Okay, open the door, please.
Arkham Control, this is Guard Burlow. Batman just cleared the decontamination room.
What are you waiting for? So close, you can almost taste me.
Holy shit! Was that a headshot? Yeah, head nod.
What took you so long?
There's no escape, Joker. I will find you.
Oh, I'm counting on it. Just not yet. He's a big one.
Okay, something like this. Oh, got stuck. I'm stuck. Shit.
Unexpected, wasn't it? Well,
What?
Note to self, need stronger test subjects.
What happened?
Seeing as how I'm feeling generous, I'll give you this one for free. Knock me off, I dare you. End this. Pull the plug. Stop me once and for all. Oh, you're getting too predictable, Bats.
Ah, you can never do it.
But I have a party to organize. I've got guests flying in from all over Arkham. You'll see.
I have no HP.
Quick, get in here before more of them come.
Upgrade. A plus X. Okay.
Batman, I'm over here. It came out of nowhere. I dragged Jerry in here, powered up the gate. Must have passed out.
Joker went through that door. What's on the other side?
We call it extreme isolation. Only way in is via the transport system.
Open it.
Not a problem. I'll just need to call another cell.
Extreme isolation.
Something's wrong here. The main security loop is locked.
Having a little trouble up there?
Joker.
You're expecting maybe Two-Face?
I'm tired as fuck, dude.
Silly bat! I don't want to escape. I'm having way too much fun. I even have you here to give a smile on my face.
Not for long.
Really? We'll see. Ta-ta! Oh, I forgot to say. Just in case you were planning on following me, I've arranged a little insurance. Gordon is on his way to Harley as we speak.
Officer Bowles.
Balls.
If I see you trying to follow me, he dies. Harley's looking forward to it. Maybe I'll film it and post it on the internet.
The transport system is down. Best I can do is open the...
I think that was enough game for today, dude. I am exhausted, actually. Pokemon Go, sick, dude. That's so good. I love it.
It's serving you some clear improvement on the first one in the series. I feel fairly confident a warrior, you know, around the time in its zone. Page and press always due to its movement, just a single bump.
Yeah, I'm off, guys. I need to sleep. And tomorrow we start again, dude. It's gonna be a very busy week. Thanks for hanging out, man. Have a nice weekend. And great start on in the new week, dude. I'm gonna get lasered again on Tuesday. Tomorrow we're gonna have workout, and then we cannot work out for 1 week. And the bunch of work stuff I have to do. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Okay. Good night, bro. See you later, guys. GG. Thank you. Bye.